Good morning. May the 7th, 2026, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that I capture everything on my screens for IRT and Bookmap, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, and that gives me a complete record. Full transparency, full accountability. The stream goes from now, 8 o'clock in the morning, through 1500 each trading day. No trades are taken off the stream, and it's, again, completely transparent and fully accountable. Now, I am not licensed, nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice, and there is also a disclaimer in the description here. So there's no, advice implied or intended. But having said that, I do trade live, execute on Bookmap. And I anticipate the trades. I articulate that. I narrate the market as it goes along, and then I manage the trades. And it's all, out front and public. The idea here is that I'm developing a consistently profitable trading business based on price, action, volume, and probabilities. So, and hopefully it's not a my way or the highway. It's a collaborative effort. Like and subscribe, of course, that would be great. Two clicks on your side, big help on mine, and comment in the chat. So the numbers, we've had the initial jobless claims out this morning at 7:30. That's really the only number, 3-star event today. We can see that over here in the oops, that's not it, but there you are. We see that here. There is the initial jobless claim out, and these are all in preparation of tomorrow, which will be, this is earnings. We don't care about the earnings. This is in preparation for tomorrow, which is non-farm payroll. Jobless claims are up 10,000 month over month. How is this? I don't see how this is a green number. Oh, I do see how it's a green number. Do you understand what they're doing now? They're fiddling the forecast. Probably already have the whisper number of what it's actually going to be, and then they fiddle the forecast so it looks like it's a win or a positive number. It's actually 10,000 more than last time. But because of the way they fiddled the forecast, yeah. So this is investing.com. It's my original news source. You can filter for wherever you are. It's free. That's why all these ads are zooming around here. And I do that on purpose because I want to try to have resources that I use available to anyone that comes through the stream. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT because they're subscription or you pay for them. So there you are. Now, one of the things I like about investing.com is it only reports traditional economic numbers and reports, non-farm pay, productivity, jobless claims, GDP, PMI, non-farm payroll tomorrow, the Fed rate, And if you hover over any of the titles here in the event, you notice that it turns to a URL. So if you don't know what initial jobless claims is, you can click that, go figure out all about it. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And I do that for a little different reason. It has a similar calendar. It has a squawk box idea. But they will pull non-typical financial events into their calendar throughout the day, which are recognized to be potential risks to the market. So I appreciate that. So let's get on with the pre-market. Speaking of that. Okay, this is my charting package. This is IRT. The first thing you need to, or may be helpful, is to notice that in the header of every one of these windows or charts or tabs or whatever is the name, which is meaningless to anyone but me. But most importantly, there's the instrument, there's the chart type, the periodicity, and the session for every one of them. So that's helpful and should never be lost on what you're watching. These are the micros. This is a tab for the minis. Same idea. Trading the micros now, so we're going to stick with that. So this is the MES, MNQ, MES high time frame chart. Let's get rid of those fractals for right now. MES high time frame chart, and this is the market profile, which I leave on the mini. I don't change it back and forth to micro or mini, but I do change between full session and RTH session. So let's look at the high time frame. I feel like that's the best place to start, top down. The micro ES, daily candle, daily periodicity, and it is the day session or the RTH session. So what does that mean exactly? Every one of these candles is a one full day RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates these red and green lines, which are actually just represent the values for the high and the low volume nodes on this profile. And it generates a market micro composite VPOC, etc. Now, you see all these last few days, including yesterday. Gap up didn't overlap, so it's not in this market and not in this micro composite. Very simple. These red and green or high and low volume values are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices up here. Let's see what we're doing for a volume. Ooh, well, we were 140% yesterday. Then we got down to right around 90s, and today we're in the 76s. ATR for a 1 minute candle at this moment is 1.75 points. 1.75 ticks. Okay, let's look at Bookmap. Oh, let's get back over here first. So, what a joy. What an anomaly. We're going to open gap up. So sick of that. Well, right now we're not. Right now we're just hovering. Here's the previous RTH high, and here we are. So if we're gap up, it might be a point or two, depending on where we are now, and that will affect the statistics. Typically, in a normal world, I would say, well, here's the close. All the overnight inventory is long. I would expect some responsive selling to take profit, but this craziness going on with the markets and the geopolitical who knows what that happened drops out of the sky all the time. I don't know what to say. So my best advice to myself and anybody listening is not to have any kind of a bias. Trade what you see, not what you think, in other words. So, Bookmap. Here we are with the full overnight session in Bookmap. And how do I know that? Blue boy over here. I put this blue, which is just a vertical line, that one right there. I put that on the first print of every session. And this is the current trade active live data column. So I know that I have the full session in view. No question about context. And if you don't believe me, well, looky here. There's the ETH or RTH from yesterday. open and the close, then so on and so on. Now, to the columns from the right to the left. This is the micro composite column where I enter the various values. These all-time highs keep leapfrogging over each other. You know, RTH people hate it when the ETH people have a number and it just keeps leapfrogging, and it's just irrational exuberance, as Greenspan would call it. This is the column for the high and low volume nodes, and if I scrunch this down here a bit, you can probably see some of them down here somewhere. There you go. And some of these naked volume points of control I need to fix. But anyway, there's that. This is the full session volume profile, which is a started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. Not the ETH, it's the Globex, okay? This is the RTH, which is the volume and the delta, and they'll reset at 8:30, let's hope. This is my statistics column, which is quite important to me, and I would hope anyone. And these are the session prices, which I push automatically from Bookmap, or from IRT from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday, continuously. And I'm happy to share these links from to the CSV from Google. You can put it in your Cloud Notes column or your indicator or your program of choice. Anyway, this is the book. This is resting liquidity in the book as it stands right now for the MES. I no longer have the dome on here because I wanted more real estate back. So this is the essential, this is the main part of the dome. This is the book, and these are the session prices. So it's essentially the same thing. Notice that there are no indicators on my Cloud Note or, I'm sorry, my Bookmap or my IRT. There are only price, volume, probabilities. And I'm a keep it simple person. So what do we have over here? Well, we have a POC for the full session, which started plotting last night at 1700, and we have one for the RTH. Now, POC is, again, simple. Only marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. Yeah, there's a line here so we can see how it moved up and down, but essentially it's just marking the price where the most volume traded. The split nanosecond that one of these prices trades one contract more than right here, it's going to jump there, that's all. Real simple. This is the Globex VWAP, and there's an RTH VWAP, and there is an RTH mid. Then there are just the session prices, which are by initial. Overnight high, developing value area high, overnight POC, previous high. Real simple, huh? So let's now determine the statistical open for today. And the first thing I do is we'll determine that, and there's only two criteria, and it's very simple. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, that's right there. So it's higher. How would this price compare with the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and here we are. So technically, it's higher out of range by half a dozen ticks. I hate these kind of days because sure as I get my statistics propagated in here, this thing will drop down below the previous RTH high. But anyway, c'est la vie. So the next thing I do is change the column title, and this is still the correct one, so I'll leave it alone, but you do that this way. And the reason I change that title is so if I'm looking at a screen snap or reviewing the stream, I can see the column title up here and know exactly what the open type was and the relationship. Easy, huh? Next thing we're going to do, and I can prove to you that there are statistics in here, we're going to clear the statistics from yesterday and put in those for today. And we get those statistics from IRT Stats tab, original stats report. Here is yesterday. And IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30, obviously. Notice that some of these values are black text, some are blue. Whenever a level is achieved in the current RTH session, it changes the text from black to blue, so we can see what was achieved yesterday. Now, the way the system works is really simple, like everything else. The system looks back at the most recent 1,733 trading days. Of those days, we opened higher out of range, 432 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.9 times. Overnight volume point of control. Drum roll, boop, and that's all there is to it. Now I need to be a little more conscientious about getting these prices lined up. That's pretty obvious. And then I'm just now going to go down the list. The next one is the overnight high, 75.0. Oops, on the right page here. 75.0. Okay, and again with the alignments, Jesus. And I'm not going to go crazy here because some of these values will not change, right? But also I have to be aware of the fact the previous close is 48.8, that we could be in or out of, a gap or not, which would mean higher out of range or higher in range. So I'm going to kind of go easy on these so I don't have to do a bunch of grumbling about why I have to change them all. Let's look at the overnight low. That's a good one. And one other thing I want to do is the IB high, which is 63.7, and I want to do that for a specific reason. Now, why do I put those initials? Because remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. They only truly represent the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all, nothing more. The name comes from market profile. So the second we open, this IB high is going to jump up here above price. It won't be down here anymore. So I need to have that value in there. The overnight low is 63.6. Wow, that's kind of weird. 63.6. Hi, Panda. Laying on the floor like a little sad kitty. Okay. Now, okay, I'm not going to do any more of these because I'm not confident that we're going to open, open higher out of range. Let's look at the previous high. That's a pretty good one. That's 65.5. Let's see what happens here. Oh, too many buttons. There we go. So we will see how this develops now. And I'm not going to be, as I said, it, looking at the pre-market and the judging the trade. I'm going to be going real slow here, waiting for the IBs. So what's next on the agenda? Well, seems like I'm making pretty good progress. That's a little scary. I'm not sure exactly why, but anyway. Next thing I'm going to do is the TLab snap, which you rightfully would ask, what in the hell is that? I'll tell you what that is in just 1 second. Okay, stand by. I'll be right back. right, sorry about that. So the TLab is the Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by Tom B., who is a professional trader with 47 years experience. This is the snap I put there every day at 8:20 about, and I post the numbers and the reports in there around 6 or so in the morning. The idea being to give anybody in that room all the numbers they may need for whatever reason they want them. And I kind of, those two posts are kind of my a tip of respect to Tom and the TLab, and there's a lot of good people in there. So one thing about the TLab, or a couple things, it's free. You're not solicited for anything ever so far that I know of. And it's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. So a lot of philosophy and strategy and that thing sort of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, back to the case at hand here. I suppose you would find it a good idea to be able to trade with Bookmap after we open. So the first thing you need to do is click the trade control panel, which is already green, and that puzzles me. Let's start over here. The first thing I want to do is make sure that my statistics are going to the right place. And that would be the lucid one in this case today. I've got these levels on. I want to trade the multi-brackets. This is where I implement the risk neutral methodology. So the smallest risk neutral package you can use is a 2-lot, because it needs to be an even number. So there's, excuse me, there's a 2-lot. And then you need to have the stop for the entire package. And this is not the time you should predetermine the stop. You should have figured that out long ago based on account risk parameters, etc. But after you've done so, your first take profit target is automatic, because it's for half of the contract package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. Once this is achieved, T1, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch. Unless you move your stop away from entry, then all bets are off. But that's how it works. And then you can put a runner anywhere you want, any way you want. Now, the next thing I'm going to look at is the multi-account trading. And what that does is, these are 5 lucid evaluation accounts, because I de-risk down from my live AMP futures account funded by me, where every trade costs or makes me money, to this 5 account setup where any trade I take is automatically copied to the other 4. So essentially, I've de-risked lower than possible on a live account. And I'll explain the thinking there, and then you can tell me if I'm Looney Tunes or not. And this is, I've got the VWAP set to restart today, because it doesn't seem to want to do that anymore. And Execution Pro is something that I used to sometimes use. You can do many things with it. You can automatically trail to entry at a certain price. You can have automatic trailing stops, many things like that. So let's leave this alone. Let's go over here, and now let's activate the trade control panel. So what you need to do is pick an account. Notice that there's the 2-lot. I don't need any of these tools anymore, because we're using multi-brackets. These metrics are also replicated across the top. You don't have to have these up here. I did that by design. So it's set to trade. Now this is trading sim, because it's on the lucid accounts, copying to 4 others. Okay. I'm going to close this button again. It will stay green, meaning we can trade with the mouse from the chart data column or the keyboard or the dome if I had the dome up here. And I get the cancel all, close all, and I have the real estate back. So at the open, we're ready to trade. One account copying to 4 others. And that is the only way I could see to de-risk lower than a mini, than a micro, and still use risk neutral methodology. So there we go. That's as much as I know. Now, the minute we open, I will put on the blue boy. And look at this thing here. Look at how slow this market's moving. Huh? Pretty crazy. Okay, let's see if we reset here as scheduled in 2 minutes. I may or may not have forgotten something. I don't know. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's non-farm payroll. There's a lot of crazy going on. And I don't know what else to tell you. Good luck. Do some exercises, some meditation, center yourself. You know, let's get ready to rumble. We've got about 30 seconds. Fingers crossed these things reset on time. I'm judging from the overnight, and we are going to open gap up, apparently. Oh boy, there we reset early for some freaking reason. Why, I don't know. It's not 9:30 or 8:30. How ridiculous. This thing is so crazy. Okay, so let's go over here. I don't get it. Reset now. Let's reset that now. Now the delta doesn't want to reset. I am the son of a gun if I understand what's going on. Hi, Panda. Yes, let's not start crying. So that's pretty weird, but okay. And we did open in a gap, but just by a whisker. And I don't know why the delta is not resetting. I got no clue. I'm so disappointed with these things here. Now the delta reset. Don't ask me what the hell's going on. Why those are happening. Like, first of all, they should both reset at exactly the same time. Second of all, why one was early and one was not, I got no idea. There's no big volume punch coming through. So irritating, man. And you see that the high is up here and the low is down below us. So that's why I put these initials. And now I'm going to change IRT, or the IRT, to the RTH session so that the session prices align with themselves. If you had to look at this, you'd say pretty close to no gap or uni. This is a short tail over here, so I guess the open is here. That depends on where we opened, whether it's a gap or not, but it was only, 2 ticks, as I mentioned before, so essentially stupidness. what's going to happen one of these moments, one of these fine trading days? This thing is going to fall out of bed from a dizzying height. And all the boys and girls who don't think that's going to happen will be the fuel for it. Now, the NQ did not open gap up. The ES did, but it's already closed the gap. So there you go. And I'll reset IRT pretty soon here to try to eliminate the lag, even though it's not much this morning. You see very slow trade over here, very tight window. Now let's get this up to where it's a little more meaningful. These are 1 point price increments. And you can see just what we're doing here. The previous RTH high, developing value area low. The difference between developing value area high and low and value area high and low are the hold on a minute here. The developing is for the current auction, and the value area high and low is previous. And that's why one of the reasons I reset the IRT to RTH session only, so the relationships remain accurate on these things. Well, lots of selling delta down here. Going nowhere in a big hurry. Okay, I think everything's working along fine here. I hope. Stream looks like it's trickling down the hill with no drop frames or anything, so good for me. Yay, stream. All right. No news, surprises. Of course, there's the ever-present tweets are us. You know, that's the that can be the disaster. Welcome to the stream, and please click takes 2 clicks, thumbs up and a like, big help for me, for the stream, for the algorithm. I'm not monetized in any way, so it's what little feedback I get, and really appreciate anything dropped into the chat. Contribute, it's great. Trading is a solitary business pretty much, so it's nice. Feedback is good. Let me see now if I got the, I got the chapter markers going. I got the stream running. It's been the weirdest weather around here. It's warm now. It's about 17 so far, but it's been just cloudy and weird. So dark and cloudy that the automatic, this neighborhood's got it's got light posts out by the front in the yard, or down by the sidewalk, or down by the street, and they're automatic, and they've been on through the day. Weird. I would think that I needed to go out and look at the light sensor, but it's not just our pole, it's the others as well. So, hey, Anton, good morning. 17C here in cloudy Texas. Hope everything's good on your side there, and Beautiful Boca. I wish we were living in South Florida and somebody had a feather and we'd both be tickled, you know. I know you're probably shocked, but we've opened in one of the rare gap up instances. I'm so sick of that. I can't even see straight. Look at this. Doom, doom, doom. Now that was 2 ticks or something, I'll, give it for that. And it's been closed already, but still. Irrational exuberance to the extreme, I guess. But everybody's happy, so. Real interesting to see what happens with the non-farm tomorrow. I've been watching a steady kind of a technique they're using. Initial jobless claims, green, it's a great number. We are down 5,000. That's because this is the forecast. This is actual from last month. So what they're doing is they're getting the whisper number, obviously, and then they're putting a forecast higher than the whisper number, so that it makes the release look positive, when in fact there's 10,000 more jobless claims than there was last month. Pretty cagey. Yeah. And you got that nice trades coming in off the ocean. Absolutely. Yep. Are you inland, or are you down near the intercoastal or somewhere? Or, like I said, I'm not real familiar with Boca. And it's none of my business. We can focus on the market. Just curious. Well, we have poked our nose down to the 91s, which was essentially not quite the low, but ooh, I haven't got Blue Boy on the job. I am remiss in my duties here. Hold the phone, everybody. Nobody move. Where'd 830 go? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's going to have to be good enough right there. So there's Blue Boy. Here's our open. Very definitely gap up by a handful of ticks. The previous RTH highs lurking right under here. Right there. Under the mid. POC did jump up just as we closed, so I got to scooch that up. Okay. Yeah, well, it shows you what I know. Cool. Well, one of the nice parts about that is it is a little bit, there's good and bad, but at least you've got some protection from storms. So there's that. And I'm not familiar with that part of Florida much at all, of course, but, and especially where you are, but I would suppose the elevation's probably a little bit higher you might have gotten, out of the less prone flooding kind of thing for high water stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's like those numbers that are being put out by the BLS is just BS and bus tickets, man. I have no, okay, let's look at them and so what, it's crazy. Ever since that first number back in October and Trump got mad and fired the guy, fired the head, and then put in some, White House employee, there you go. What do you want? What was this? I don't know what to say. Yeah, and on top of the spirit people, there's the 8,000 people that got the boot from Meta because that little pencil neck, needs to have $200 million houses in Florida because he's got a multiple $1 million place on his own island in the Hawaiian chain. Yeah, boy, yeah. I'll bet. Yeah, I'll bet. A lot of nice places in South Florida for sure. Yeah, a lot of nice places. A good friend of mine has a place up in Vero, just on the beach, or water. He's got a waterfront home he built up there on the beach in Vero. Well, banging off that low, huh? Well, here's the shelf. My favorite. I hate them. I have no idea how to trade these things, but they always have a meaningful reaction, or that's that's what my memory tells me. And I don't know what to do with them, ledges or shelves or whatever else. So let's see now. What kind of trouble can I get into over here? There's the beginning of the session. So here was Asia high and low, London high and low, and here we are looking to take out London liquidity and maybe Asia. This will be this thing when it sets up. And this isn't doing what I thought it's supposed to. I thought I had the previous high in here too. I had an indicator for that, I thought. Oh yeah, there it is. Previous RTH high. Okay, never mind. Yeah. And the world famous bar trade, which is doing exactly nothing that I can see anymore. I got to figure out how to set the thing. This was monkeying around with yesterday's range. I'm going to go back to the 16s and see how that divvies things up. There was a consolidation, if you want to believe. Yeah, pretty well nailed it. So there's the breakout and the retest and a short. That'd be what we're looking for here. And here will be the old-fashioned, old standby, first vetted initial balance trade with fixed zones. Now, I don't think I explained this when I was talking about the setup of the. Oh yeah, by golly, look at there, breakout, retest, and down she went. Well, look at there. Well, I'm busy jabbering. Any trades that are done by the system in IRT, any one of these three systems are in the IRT simulated environment, not trading in the live over in Bookmap, because I'm not confident in what the hell I'm doing when I come to backtesting. No problem at all. But the next step to having these algorithmically trade live, especially my live AMP account, which is my own money, no thanks. I'm not confident enough about that at all. So here we are. There's some of that responsive selling I expected was going to happen. Sort of. We were long all night. Overnight inventory was 100% long. So here we are. I would suppose we're going to get down in here. This was a pretty toothy strung out range yesterday. Gap above here. I'd say it's anybody's guess, frankly. Looks like we're selling them off. To me. So these are something, there we go. These are 5 minutes now. And 1 point high. IB high, IB low. We've taken the close. We've taken the overnight volume point of control. We've closed the gap. We've done just about everything. We've still got the extremes for the overnight highs and lows out there so far. A lot of crazy, obviously I don't need to tell you this. Geopolitical is that's our danger. Absolutely. That is the danger. Look at me, watch this. I'm gonna edit my thing here like you showed me. I'm gonna put that right there. Well, actually, it should be right on that. Should be right on the 30. I don't know why it doesn't want to do this. Weird. Hey, Antonio. Morning. 17 and cloudy over here. And this is, don't be shocked, but there was a gap opening this morning. I'm getting so sick of that noise. One of these days, there's going to be a reckoning, I believe. Even Paul Tudor Jones is calling for a 30% correction. I mean, that was something I watched yesterday. You know what I mean? Even the guys that think Trump's doing a good job and whatever else is going on. So a little comforting that I'm not the only person that expects this noise has got to correct at some point. In everyday new all-time highs, I don't know. Now we punched up over 4,000 overnight. Today, actually, up over 7,400. Way up above here at 74.11s in the overnight. There you go. What you gonna do? What is this? This is the 7th, right? I'm wearing my mouse out, moving these all-time highs up and down, or up. No down involved. Well, is this going to be a bar trade? Let's see here. Do we consider this to be a consolidation, a breakout and a retest, or this one consolidation and it's not broken out yet? Nobody home on the on this thing yet. And what do I have for lag? 7 minutes. Okay, and where are we? We're at 54. I'm thinking that if I kind of wait to reset these at 9, that it's better. Welcome to the stream. Anybody that's new, please, couple of mouse clicks, like and subscribe is a big deal for me. I'm not monetized in any way, so the likes and subs are pretty much, and by all means contribute in the chat. That's more important, actually. Yeah, just another nosebleed, exactly. Well, as you probably have noticed by my heat map experience with Bookmap over here, I don't use any bells and whistles. I mean, really, these are stops, and then I use the levels. But you see, I just keep the liquidity to what I consider to be a minimum or a maximum on the dome. But I don't really go nuts with all of the. I see some of the stuff, and I'm happy that it works for whoever, like Tom's charts or whatever else. I can't even see where price is with all the red and green and heat map and bubbles and all this kind of stuff, and accumulation this and something else that. I can't see where price is, so I'm trying to focus on just the basics here. I'm not detracting from anyone or making fun of anybody, but yeah, beats me. To each their own, I guess. And of course, you watch people like Hogarth or whoever it is that's just got a bar chart and that's it, no VWAP and no nothing else, and they're making money hand over fist. So there's that. Okay, so let's see here. Just a quick price, sanity check. What have I got? Everything right? Multi-trading, yep. Brackets, yep. The Trading statistics on the right thing. Oh boy. And I forgot to mention one other thing about when I was talking about the dramatic changes in the prop environment, like particularly with this Lucid and Tradeify. I lean towards Tradeify first, but they have no rhythmic support yet. They plan to, but they don't. So that I had to actually argue with the guy and get a refund because I went charging in there first. But another thing besides the hedging trades, which we talked about yesterday, you can trade the news. And when you're live, when you get to the funded part, not move to their actual live, but in other words, pass the evaluation and you can start taking payouts, you can hold overnight. You can swing them. So dramatic changes. And like I said before, the most dramatic change that surprised me first was it's a one-time fee. You pay once and, pay $50 and you don't ever have another recurring subcharge. It's pretty amazing. And I was able to pick just the CME data of, with the discount $9 a month. Top Step insisted on 40, which is the whole CME bundle, whether you want it or not, that kind of thing. So there's some big changes in this prop space. I'm not saying I know what I'm doing, but I was surprised. And for anybody that's new here, the idea is that typically I trade my live account through AMP, but I've been drawing down with these initial balance trades that haven't been coming through, and I needed to de-risk. So once you're at a 2 lot in the micros, there's no, when you're at the bottom of the hole, there ain't any more hole. So the only way I could figure out to de-risk it from a financial point of view on my side was to go to this prop idea where I paid one fee. It also opens up a wider range. I could trade 2 minis or 20 micros. That's another thing that these guys all do, which of course Top Step refused. They used to say if you could trade 2 minis, you could only trade 2 micros. Well, I mean, I called that out as crap 2 years ago, and they just said, well, yeah, we can't do it on our back end or something like that was the answer from Hoagland. But these all do that. So I was quite surprised. Pleasantly surprised. And that's why I'm doing this multi-trading thing now. My AMP account is still, let's see. There's the AMP Live, just waiting patiently. These are those Top Step ones that got stuck up my butt. I still need to, I leave them on there to remind myself of that pain. I am going to take them off. I'm going to think about it. I didn't notice that before. What's going on here now? I'm not seeing much of anything happen. Is it still doing that? Well, that's because it's such a tight range. What are we, 84 to... Yeah, so we're 16 points wide on the IB so far at 30 minutes in. I'm going to restart the all of the IRT to see if the lags can go lagging away. Yeah. Well, that's restarting. Let's see what's going on with the data. Ooh, look at there. There's the bias based on all of these reports. Breakout 66, Green Day short. Waiting for the ES, the initial balances to form and the opening candle continuation. That's one hell of a bias, isn't it? 86% short based on all of the stuff in the screener here, based on all of these guys. as I think. Don't hold me to any of this, other than the reports, which I find real interesting, and I'm trying to lean on them. Starting with the initial balance breakout, just for while we're waiting for IRT to redo. So there's the basic initial balance stats, as we know from IRT. The ES initial balance is forming. Right now, the bias is neutral. Let's look at by day. This is really, really eye-opening. So here's Thursday. Watch this. Here's Tuesday. Look at the difference by days. Tuesday sucks big time. There's Wednesday, and here's today. Thursday. There's on Thursday, Friday, and was it Monday? No. Thursday, Friday, and Tuesday, there is no instance where we didn't break out. So an inside bar. We're at Thursday. So we got a 78% probability against 21. By retracement. So assuming you're going to play that game, these are based on 25% of the IB50 and 75% of the IB for a breakout, which they call a breakout means long and a breakdown is short terminology. And the theory here is that once there is a breakout, rather than enter there, you wait for this probability at 25%, because there's a 40% probability that they'll retrace to 25% to enter, and put your stop under 50. Reasonable. So there are those, and we'll talk. This is Hedgeful, by the way. I'm trying to wean myself and still provide. I'm still focused on this as a business of probabilities and statistics based on data, but I am not, a code wizard. And God, it keeps doing this. Use the default location. Let's go. Oh yes, no problem. I've done that every freaking time, and it argues with me each and every time. So now I have these to where I can do them fairly quick, because I've developed a piece originally here. This is the original IB, which took me quite a while, and the way this is actually divided up is, sorry, let's get rid of those fractals. This is some, back office housekeeping. These are the signals, and this is trade management. So I'm able to use those elements. Like main stays the same. These are the signals, and here's the trade management, which that piece pretty much stays the same. And similarly, that is similarly. Okay, now this happens to be based on the close off all these freaking opening range things over here. The other one. Where's that? I wanted it hidden. Okay. This is based on the the thing that we just looked at in Edgeville. So here's the IB developing. Here's the 25. That's the 50, and this is 25 from the top, as they are here. And I have coded this to push these values, and this is a previous RTHI. And I've coded this to push these values to Bookmap. So that's what you see over here. There's the 25 and the previous high, and the 50 and the 25. So there you are. Now let's make sure the levels are going out so Ned doesn't have a stroke. Looks okay. And let's see here. Boom. These are naked volume points of control, by the way. And they're so busy, I have that button, turn them off and on. Okay. This is the minis, and these are the micros. So there we go, I think. And what are we doing for lags? Well, it didn't help much. Bummer. Let's just let it cook, and we'll go back to the Bookmap. Well, up we go. Are we going to do this? Is this going to be a rotational mean reversion-y, trading range-y kind of a day? Not very interested in catching either one of those overnight highs or lows, huh? The problem I've got with anything to do with a heat map is I own Bookmap. You know, I bought the thing some time ago, so I'm sort of, I'd have to find something that was really a lot, I found easier or lighter or more helpful in terms of trading. You know, it's like Jigsaw. I've owned Jigsaw since Christ was a carpenter, down here somewhere right there. I think since 2015 or something. But I hardly ever, well, I can't remember the last time I opened it. I don't want to get into that fix with Jigsaw, with Bookmap. So we've got about 20 minutes for the IB. Remember what the IB is. It's the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, at which time these will stop moving up with price or down with price, and the initial balance statistic will become a thing, and that is the initial rule or signal in my initial balance trades systems. Yeah. I'm going to refill my green tea bucket here. Yeah, me too. I was quite hopeful when Pete Davies I got it while I was living in Kuala Lumpur. Pete lives in Bangkok, in case you don't know that. So just up, hour away or something by air. I got it thinking that, well, first of all, I thought the dome was the way to go. And then I realized that can't do that with dyslexia very well. And then he came out with Auction Vista, which I thought was going to be, very hopeful would be a good heat map comparison or competitor to Bookmap. And it's just been not even close. And the last time I looked, it hadn't improved at all. I think what Pete has done now, I think, has dropped away from really caring about Jigsaw much, and he's all into journalytics, which is that you pay for it journaling app that automatically pulls your trade data from wherever, Rhythmic or whoever every day. And it's got a lot of features in it, but it's expensive. I tried it for a year or something, and no. I'm $500 or $600 a year, I think. I guess it's not expensive depending on how much money you're making. But anyway, journalytics is what I think he's got all his focus on now, but I'm not sure. Been a long time since I talked to him. But back in the day, it was a hot deal, and it's a great dome. If you like trading on a dome, you can't beat Jigsaw, I don't think. I've got Sierra. I mean, at any one time I could pull up, because I have used before and they still exist in my archives, Sierra chart and multi charts and Jigsaw and Quant Tower and of course now these. I didn't ever really own Quant Tower or trade it, but I tried it not long ago, maybe a year or something ago. Developed by some of your countrymen, though, I think, Anton, if I'm not mistaken. Well, we got 15 more minutes left to the world famous IB here. Tom Hogarth's got a colleague. Oh, and now I can't forget TradingView. I just took a look at it, got going with that to do with the Edgeful here a week ago. I don't know whether you ever listen to any of those Tom Hogarth things, live streams. He's got a colleague now he calls Karaoke Andy, who has taken over the live streaming on Wednesday. He's a German guy that lives in Prague. I mean, but real articulate and clean clear for me, and even with my bad ears, real clear English and stuff. So not any drama there at all. And it seems like a pretty funny, nice guy. But yeah, he's the thing I've noticed about them and that whole philosophy, the espresso trade and the school bus trade and the one bar negative, first bar negative, and all these different setups, is the risk is, well, I'm okay. I've got my stop down here. Now that's, that's 35 points on the NQ. And well, cool. That's a little out of my risk range, like a long way. A long way. And maybe I'm not understanding because they're trading those CFTs or whatever they call it, which are not really the NQ. And I think that those are denominated in a percentage of the future. So that could be the whole thing. I don't know. But I know Tom trades like, 10 contracts of whichever one of those things. He was apologizing the other day about, oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was half size here. I apologize. Whatever, it's like, okay. But what I was starting to say was that karaoke Andy guy, which I happened to stumble across the EU session he did yesterday, which is on Wednesday. He uses TradingView. Tom uses some other charting package whose name has just evaded me. But it's just a real simple. I don't know what functionality it has, but what he uses is real simple. It's just, 5 or various time frame candlestick charts and nothing else. No VWAP, no volume profile, no volume at the bottom, nothing. Just a straight up bar charts. Candlestick charts, he doesn't use bars. Well, boom, 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 10 minutes. And boy, are we ever in the tight hold here. I think I got my head sorted out around the hedging idea. I'll show you what I cooked up after we get the IB and, things, the dust settles a little bit here. And 10 o'clock. Okay. So forgetting half the stuff I do normally here. So the initial balance setup is going to be in place in about 7 minutes. And in case you don't know what that is, I referred to it in the pre-market and the setup stage, but it is real simple. The high and the low, which I've said a dozen times, of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session represents what is referred to by most people as the initial balance, old market profile term. So as price trades up, the IB goes up. As price trades down, the IB goes down until 9:30 Central Standard Time, at which case they are fixed. And that becomes the initial balance statistic, which is right here. The reason everybody knows about it is it is the most probable statistic to achieve in all 4 statistical open types. Greater than 97.6%, 98.4, 98.1, 97.6, and today 97.7% probability price will revisit the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session from 9:30 until 1600 Central Standard Time. That's the IB stat. Now, in my trading rules, I have a little more, of course, stupidness, complication in that they don't use, we don't need that. The rules, as I said, I called them rules because that's what IRT calls them, trading rules. So there you go, when in Rome, right? At 9:30, these lines and levels will start pushing up here around the IB high and the IB low. So price trades up and takes the IB high after 9:30. That would be the statistic, even if it just goes boop, boop, and back down again. My rule for, there's only 3 rules here that constitute or that qualify the trade, and that's A, B, and trigger. Not very imaginative, I'll grant you, but A, the first rule is the initial balance. Now, what I want to see, and I thought was important, rather than just pip this out at some point like Wicket or something, I want to see price trading up. So I want the statistic bar to, or the signal bar to close above, open below the IB, and I want the previous bar to open lower than the close. In other words, I want to see price moving up to the IB or moving down. That's on this particular setup right here. This one doesn't do that. This one is different. This is based on the Edgeful data, which we were just looking at right over here. 25%, 50%, remember all that stuff? Okay. 25%, 50%. So if this trades up through there and breaks the IB high after 9:30, that will be a breakout, signaled by a B, I hope. And then if it pulls back to between 25 and 50%, that is a trigger, and that would be a long. And the stop would be at 50. And then after it reaches T1, it would scale and stuff like that, which is all pre-configured and can be changed however I want with this rule over here, which is, this is the main rule here. So it's got all this stuff in it for stops and targets and how wide is the opening range and all that kind of thing. So we're heading into we've got, 27, so about 3 minutes left. The reason for this previous RTH high or low is that also serves as a target for some of the edgeful initial balance trade things. So do the levels, which I can show you here is probably the best thing. First of all, the levels come from this report. Now, this says, and this is all days, breakout days. Let's say we're going to break out. We take the initial balance high. Got nothing to do with pulling back or anything else. This says that over in 6 months, price traded 10% of the range above the initial balance high, 98%. It reached half of the initial balance range, 62%. So you can use these levels as targets for their deal up here. And I don't have that coded up for my little gizmo here, right? But I can show you over here. Here's the initial balance. Right now, the opening candle is looking to open short, which is not good. If it takes the initial balance high, this is the initial balance, 25.50, 25 off the low. And then you can go to something over here. Where did it go? Oh, I need to get rid of this stupid thing. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is up here. Football. I'm looking at the volume and I'm missing it. Sorry. So those levels we talked about, let's say down here. So here would be show levels. Here's 10%. Or one times the IB, half times the IB, or here would be 10%, okay? So you see, once this happens over here, these levels will be plotted up here as targets. Once the IB, once the IB is set, it's working off yesterday's down here because the new IB hasn't been set. These would be targets above the current IB, I think. In other words, I have no idea what I'm doing with the trading view. I don't know what else I don't have any idea. No wonder we're not getting anywhere. We're not rocking out. What's the matter with you guys? Voice use, well, we don't care. So that's how that all works. And yeah, it's got to be in my shoes. Think about it. Let's get here. I'm dying to have this bar thing work. In case you haven't figured out it isn't. I haven't gotten it dialed in to figure out how to do it. I mean, typically this would be the bar, which is pretty cool. Breaks out, retest, you're going to go short. Except for the case that I believe the trade is typically in the direction of context, and right now there's no context. So I guess that makes sense. It's a balanced profile. Never mind, I answered my own question. Football, back we go. No lags, that's a good thing. Everybody's green. Oh, what a surprise. And let's go over here to map of books. Well, we're hot, boys and girls. There's 9:30. So the IB is a thing, a real living, breathing thing. We got a pile of liquidity, 329 of them, one tick below the IB high, and the IB high happens to be at 74 and a quarter, I think, right there. Yep. The century figure. Otherwise, we're banging around over all these levels down here, and that's, not enough meat on the bone, the range requirement. Pick a euphemistic saying that you like and run with it. So for any of my 3 initial balance trades, the first thing in my world that needs to happen is the initial balance stat be taken out. In fact, I have a frequently quoted idea here that it is a real bad practice to trade toward the statistic rather than after the statistic has been made. But I will say that listening to someone else, and they're using the edgeful stats on the IB, which is essentially what we use, they trade to it, they front run it. And my data from before, when I was just capturing my own, didn't show that was a good idea. And I've not seen an edgeful way to pull that statistic out. In other words, okay, here's the stat, then we trade and we pull back to here and we go to that target. I have not seen any data that shows any kind of statistics on front running by how much. I mean, that seems like a real gray. That seems like a fancy word for trying to cover up Monkey Boy and FOMO to me. Just me. So we're in a tight range, balanced profile. IB statistic is at live. We haven't taken, well, did we? No. We haven't taken the IB30 even yet, which is a statistic that is IB30, which is was developed by our good friend Rod Static, and it's real simple. It's just a version of the initial balance trade, which says that the high or low, other way around, the high or low of the first 30 minutes until right there has about a 94% probability of being exceeded by the high or low in the second 30 minutes. So they refer to that as the IB30. Whereas the original initial balance statistic could be the IB60, I guess, if you want to be technical about it. That hasn't happened yet either. What would you think in this environment? What would... I shouldn't have a bias, shouldn't have a preconceived idea, whatever. But I think, in my understanding, the 2 types of trades associated with the initial balance are an initial balance continuation trade, where price breaks through and then continues on, or the IB failure trade, where it breaks out and then fails, mean reverts back. Now, what kind of a trading day, session, context would suggest either of those? Well, a balanced rotational day would suggest an IB failure, wouldn't it? It would, I believe so. Which is basically a mean reversion trade. It's a fancy name for mean reversion, pinned around the IB. Whereas a directional or a trending day would suggest IB continuation. Just throwing those out there. Let's get back to the well, so right now we have an initial balance 75%er, but the bias is short, looking to the low, so that is not exactly rosy. I don't believe. And I'm not certainly the whiz-bang best at this thing, but there's a 25% break, a 27% probability we're going to take the high, and a 67 that we're going to first break the low, depending on which is formed first. If the high, wait a second, is that how it goes? Hold on a minute. Yes. If the initial balance high is formed first, there's a 67% probability we're going to take the IB low first. Other way around. Just pure data. And something else I've been doing lately, which is real easy to do with static. Let me quickly pull that back up. Now, I got nothing to do with static other than I first started using it. One of the first ones I'm grandfathered in, and the changes are phenomenal. And what I'm trying to do is get away from all of this laborious coding, which I don't know how to do very well, and remain focused on data for my trading. So, for example, I used to always trade 5 years, right? I'd back test 5 years. Well, look how tough it is with this. And one of the things that I found quite interesting was, do you think the market and the strategies are the same for 5 years? Certainly not. 3 months ago? Oh, maybe. Look at the difference. I think it's real important. I think that's part of the problem, that my initial balance trades exceeded the expected consecutive stops because it's looking too far back past, the clown car. Here we go, looking at this IB high, I'd say. So this is going to break the strat big time, right? This is going to be one of the 28% where we have a down bias, and we're going to take the initial balance high first. Maybe. There we go. There is the initial balance high per the statistic in IRT and per Hedgeful. That's all they're looking at. Now, over here in our world, this is lagging. It's got to be. Yeah, I'm just going to say it hasn't even poked it yet, which is ridiculous. And this one, what do we got? Do we have a signal? We should have a signal over here, but again, it's lagging. 30-second lag. So it's just, I don't know what to do, frankly. Yeah, well, my hair has been silver for a long time. It's kind of cool when you're younger, that premature gray thing. All the girls go, oh, a hero. And then when your face starts looking like 10 miles of muddy road, it isn't so much fun anymore. All right, let's hope one of these frickin' things works. I'm telling you. So no, this is not a breakout, because I have the breakout coded to close above. So this would be the breakout if it closes above the IB high. And those are the specifics that can come into play when you're backtesting that matter. Okie dokie. That's a fallacy that happens to a lot of people when they're backtesting. If you don't compare apples and apples, then you're only screwing yourself, you know? So here we are now. There's the 25%, there's the this, there's the who, there's the that. So we don't have anything firing on the IRT side of life yet, and there's no lags. But the candle hasn't closed still. This is one of the problems with me, what I have with Bookmap. If you use close rather than wick, you can't tell what happened over here unless you do this nonsense, which they'll laugh. They're the candlesticks. Well, when I updated this, it changed the candles back to colory things. So there's that. Let's not do that anymore. Now, as far as the system over here goes, it's not throwing a breakout or a trigger or entering a trade. And I'm thinking that that's very definitely because of the wick and the close idea. Here's something if you start messing around with Hedgeful. One of the customizations is the candle close or the wick. And I'll tell you why those guys use the wick. This is pretty interesting, which I didn't even remotely think about. If you change the time frame over here, the close can make a big difference. You might have, if you go by the wick, well, whether it's a 5-minute or a 1-minute or a 15-minute, if it breaks that price at any point, that's a signal. If you say you have a 15-minute and you have it by the close and the close of the 15-minute candle, the candle could trade way above that IB high and way back down again. But if it doesn't close above it, oop, no signal, no statistic. Didn't think of that. This is all these little important rules that I'm not thinking about. Now, in this breakouts, I mean, in this trade scenario, here are the zones, and they are as follows: continuation zone, trigger zone, pullback zone. Nothing complicated. There are the prices, but if you can't figure it out, it's real simple. IB high, 3 to 5 points. IB high, 3 to 5 points. Trigger zone, 1 point either side of the IB. Now, the way the continuation would be is for price to trade up into this zone, not through it, but into it, and then back to the trigger zone. So that would be an A. There should be an A right here. Oh, no, it didn't close below. This should be an A. I don't see that. Let's see, and there's no A fired up here, so something's going on there. And the B would be into this continuation zone and then the trigger. Yeah, so now you know as much as I do. And why this isn't doing something, I don't know either. Oh, I wonder if I have it over here. Something else that's important that I may have screwed up. you have to send the system to this chart, which I think I've done, but you never know. Maybe I took it off and forgot. No, there it is right there. Okay. And what that means or does is these charts are just for visualization only. They have nothing to do with the system that's trading. But when a trade is taken in simulated mode here by the system, it's plotted over here by an indicator called trading system indicator. And then so it's a visual confirmation. For me, it's to see what's happening where. For example, I'm wondering why I'm not seeing a breakout here. And I think it's got to do with the wick or the close, because if you notice, this didn't open below. It's closing above likely. This one opened below, but also closed below or on. This one wicked up through the IB, but opened and closed below it. So I think that's the problem. Yeah, it's ridiculous. No, I think I was showing you the wrong window, but anyway, you get the point. Well, now what are they doing? Is this a breakout and retest? Is this a bar trade? Well, come on, now. Is this a bar trade right here? Boom, boom, dip, boop, dip. Which way would I trade that bar? Long? It's lagging like crazy. Never mind. But I just watch. I was watching over here for a signal. Yeah, never mind. What I've been trying to do to forward test these trade signals in the real market is that when I see the signal fire on the IRT side of life, I manually enter the trade over here in Bookmap. And yeah, it is just as efficient as you have imagined already. Especially with all this lag drama going on. And that's one of the reasons that I am absolutely afraid of having IRT trade algorithmically, is if it's doing all this lagging, there's going to be slippage till Christ was a kid, right? I mean, it's going to be horrible. Oh, well, we got the Al Brooks thing going on. I don't want that happening. What else we got over here that I don't expect? Nothing right yet. I have recognized that I have a short bias generally. My first thought in trading is to short. I hope it's not because I have a negative attitude. I don't know. I thought it was because I have witnessed over the years the market takes the steps up, then everybody jumps out the window on the way down. But I recognize, I don't have any problem trading in both directions, but I know about myself that when I'm looking at something, I find a tendency to be looking for the short first. Now here's a breakout, consolidation, boop, boop, breakout, retest, little breakout lower back here. I think they're trying to make their mind up whether it's going to continue up higher for this ETH high and all this liquidity. Look at all the liquidity we got up here. 410, 2, 4, 8,000 contracts. And it looks like they've decided that up is where they are interested in going. None of this action here would be within my wheelhouse as far as a risk neutral trade, so that's a problem. My first scale of the risk neutral trade as it's set up now is 16 ticks, which is 4 points, right? Oh, now it did signal a trade. A trigger, I'm sorry. But I don't see but there's no breakout signal that I know of. Wait a minute here. Something's missing. No. Typically I have my rules thing going on up here. There's the entry. Oh yeah, no, this is in a trade, according to this. There's the entry, there's T1, there's entry T1, T2, and the stop, 30, 60, 75, which would be right now. This is all completely crap. 73s. This hasn't fired anything forever. Oh, okay. And that can't be a trigger. Ah, wait a minute. Yeah, that was a fence trade, sorry. I've got 2 or 3 different opening range trades. What I've been trying to do over here is systematically and with a degree of method code up and test all of these various orb or opening range trades that you see floating all over everywhere. So there's a fence trade, there's the EF, there's a Brooks, lots of them. And I haven't found really any that's back tests out successfully with this strategy and expectancy and a edge that you'd want to have, that you'd want to risk your money on. Except we're going up now, so there was the bar trade, and I am not on it, and it's heading north. Would be scaled, and targets would be way above here for this risk neutral trade, but there's 11 points. It's better than a sharp stick in the nose. Targeting that ETH high, which is a 75% probability. Oh, not a surprise, huh? Surprised that I'm not intelligent enough to keep this on the right window, but there you go. And I'm sure there's a bunch of static boys that are all over the place with this bar trade. Jorgensen for sure, probably Rod. Rod got his house built and is all moved in. He posted some pictures over there. It's quite an accomplishment. He should be really proud of himself. Big, way bigger than I was expecting. It's 3 stories, 2,900 square feet, 5 bedrooms, and 3.5 baths. Paid for with trading profit. Oh well, had a construction loan and a mortgage, but you know what I mean. Nice guy, really nice guy, and obviously successful. Look at this, aren't I pissed? Yes. I'll answer that for you. Yes. So there was no breakout retest. Well, I guess you could call that right here. There's the bar, breakout, the retest, and up we go. So and it's pretty well identified, the bar. It's pretty well identified the fractal over here, or the consolidation zone. So yes, I'm really disappointed in myself. Yeah. Well, I wonder what Hedgeful is saying over here about all this stuff in play. So the overall daily bias, according to this thing, is short substantially. The IB is long break. Opening candles long. Oh no. Red session. Short bias. So this would not be a trade in your opinion, I don't think, because there's conflicting data. You can tell I really have that all figured out. But I am quite encouraged by it. So now what are we going to do? We got the lid on the pot up here, or we have a giant magnet? Is this sell the rips and buy the dips? I don't know. This bill needs a substantial. Okie dokie, and Tam wants to be aroused at 10, so he leaves little notes on my keyboard at night. Because of the, I don't know, hold on, I'll try to figure that out for you. Yeah, it's the opening candle thing. Hold on, let's look at this deal right over here. You see this thing right here? This is the opening candle, and this sets a big part of the bias. According to this, the IB high was put in first. The IB low was put in second. So the trade expectation is that the IB low is going to be taken out first by data. Now you see we're trading up. There's the IB, and here are those levels that I put in there for targets. But this is one of the reasons, or one of the things I'm sure of about the bias. There seems to be quite some stats about which one of the IBs gets put in first. So there you go. Was that confusing enough? And there's probably a lot of other stuff I should know how to do with this thing over here. This is to do with the what's in play, bullish, neutral, bearish, overall daily, and I think this is based on the screener or just on all of these reports. Sorry. Good question, but this one isn't so much, so it's not the screener. I guess it's got to do with the I believe then it has to do with the reports that I've selected to watch what's in play. But a lot of it's predicated on this thing right here. which I just was that opening candle thing. I don't know. I got to listen to some more of them and figure it out. One of the nice things about Edgeful, I have many things. This oh, this one doesn't have it. I was gonna just get ready to lie to you. For example, if you want to look at the opening candle continuation, there's one that's red and green days too, I know that much. But what I was going to say was, if you look at a report, pretty much any one of them, this one, for example, and you scroll down here a ways, there's a video from Andre, whatever it was, detailing exactly what the report does and how to use it. Plus, there's all of this that tells you exactly what's going on with the report. Understand the breakout and the report, and then there's usually this kind of thing, which is pretty cool. And here's the double break, and here's the single break, and yeah, he's working up a nice product. I gotta hand it to him and them, whoever they are besides him. He's the front man, obviously. Yeah, well, that would have been a nice breakout 10-pointer. And yeah, once I'll figure that out tonight and get back to you tomorrow about it, or let you know exactly how it is, because that was a pretty piss poor explanation, and basically I'm not positive, so that's, what can I say? Let's see if this guy's doing anything over here now. So this system hasn't taken any trade, which is a little perplexing. No, I guess it's not. We don't really have proper signal sequence here for the A trade, which throws all these signal markers over here with A, B, and blah blah blah. They're just visual representations again of what's going on. The actual flags are being captured to provide the sequential flow for the order or for the trade in these user variables. Plan. That's the fact, Jack. Whatever that setting is, I'm sure it's just a stroke of luck, but these bars are pretty accurately capturing these consolidations. That's probably a good thing. And here we come down now. Is this going to be a retest and or is this a breakout and then going to be a retest up here? Oh yeah. Breakout, then no action. Let's see here. What do we have for a This is driving me crazy. Short trip. Yeah, exactly. It's close above, so it's not a wick. It's a close. Should be higher low. Higher low if I wanted to just be a wick. That's what I thought. Okay. And I have to go back to the... Well, I don't have to go back to the rules, because we know I've just explained the theory about the rule, whether it's by wick or by candle. So there you go. That's what I'll try to figure out what's going on here. Okay. Back to the IB high, back to this bar, and is this going to be another IB continuation? So far it's in the money. I just need to shit. As soon as the dust kind of clears down here a little bit, I'll show you what I ended up, where I am at the so far with the understanding and the hedge thing, which is really cool. I really appreciate it. By the way, again, more still. Are we still grooving out? Yeah, we are. Cool. I hope I wasn't muted. I was talking about setting the IB range and using that to quantify and curtail risk. I think I was muted, so I'm going to say it once again. The thing I like about this one, these kinds of setups, particularly, it's based strictly on data and percentages of data. So the entry's at 25% from the high, the stop is under 50%, which I just was, we were going over on the Edgeful report. The downside is, of course, if the range, if the IB is 50 points, well, oops, you're way more risk than I want. So what I've done is worked up I can set the maximum range, and by doing that, I can then, so there's the max opening range. Now I've got it at 150 ticks just because I want to see what's happening, but I can choke this down in terms of period or the range size, and it will not, then that sets a criteria so I can limit the risk or curtail the risk based when I'm using these percentages. Come on. There you go. And there's the actual opening range and the rest of the stuff. How long is it? What the limit is set at? The actual opening range there, and trying to get it so that it's usable and logical. Wonder what's happening in been suspiciously quiet. Tweets or us have been suspiciously quiet. That's never a good thing. Let's refresh this even. U.S. consumer credit at 1,400. The Boeing CEO is to accompany Trump on the China trip next week. Okay. Lula. Is that now? Oh, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, see, why isn't that here anywhere? This guy hates Trump. I mean, I thought. And vice versa, probably. I wonder if they'll try to sandbag him like they did Zelensky that time. That was so... Jesus, that was really pathetic. So there you are, heads up at 11. Not that there's anything wrong with the President of the United States meeting with the President of Brazil, but who in the hell knows what they're going to say. That's, especially Mr. Microphone. Maybe something way off topic to do with all of this. But great, good for them. I'm glad Lula's up there, and yeah, that's good. That's a good thing. And what else do we have going on here? What is Bloomberg up to? Come on, Walter. No, here we go. Yeah. Oh, the CME Group's going to launch a physically based uranium contract in the coming months. You'll be able to trade uranium. New York Fed survey shows sticky inflation expectations, weaker financial outlook. These are off the Bloomberg terminal. Hedgeful's also got an AI. I bet you I can ask that something. I've never tried it before, but who knows? Maybe gonna, ask it a question. There's a knock on the door followed by gunshots. You'll know I said asked the wrong question. See what we got here. Well, it's thinking. That's a good sign. Oh. Ask and ye shall receive. Okay, here we go. You ready? How is the daily bias determined? The daily bias in hedge flow is determined by aggregating signals from 4 core reports across multiple tickers. Opening candle, that's the one I thought. Initial balance, yep. By rejection, yep. Previous day's range, that one I didn't have in there, but okay. Screener runs 4 reports across these tickers and have selected typically the Mag 7 stocks, the 3 scenarios to watch for: 65% bullish, 65% bearish, mixed, scattered. Well, there you go. Now I'll have to look at those reports and see how exactly that works. But so there's their AI thing. This is what I'm going to try to use to weed out and look at alternatives, See if I can get it a little more drilled in to what I think is important, like some of our stats that we're looking at here and typical ones we use, like the bar thing. See. In other words, I found it a brand new shiny rabbit hole. We go zooming down. Well, we're back to the IB high once again. It seems like that liquidity up there around the 10s and 11s has been a lid on the pot for damn sure. And now I want to draw your attention to this this high liquidity stuff going on here. This is set at the same liquidity I typically have it. So it's set at 250. So there is a lot of liquidity laying up here. That tells me that we're typically, and on my Bookmap, there'll be just one line like up here or one of these guys, but that tells me that this is a lot laying over here. A lot of people making a stand, I guess. Now, remember that these are over with. This came into the market there and went out of the market there. This came into the market there, went out of the market there. That's one cool thing about the heat map. It's just a graphic representation of this book, but it provides a historical look. This book shows what's here, right? Well, but over here we can see when it came in, and it's still there. So I do think that's handy. Yeah, I'm encouraged by that. Hopefully it can make a meaningful difference in all of our training. I'm happy to try to figure out any questions that if something's what about this, I'm happy to try to figure out how to do that and then share it. I don't guess they would care. Obviously, it's just good publicity for hedge funds. These bounces off the IB they're getting the 4 points pretty much every time. So that would be the risk neutral on the 16 tick version. Oh, baby. That was something. I'm gonna guess news related. headline related. Or one hell of a breakout and retest. Whenever those V bottoms like that, I realize there's a reversal idea and a way to go to trade into them, but that always spooks me thinking about it as in terms of, you know, headline, something or another. We're gonna kill everybody in New Jersey or who knows what they're gonna come up with. And that would have wicked right to the 50%. Look at here, huh? Boom. 50% of the IB. Boop. I mean, I have no idea what that means, but there you are. Has the tanker turned, I guess, is the point. Has something gone on over here? No. All right. Step away and grab some water. Be right back. Okay, yeah, back to the IB again. Well, there's an A this time. Now we got everybody going the right direction. Will it be a continuation or a pullback, or what'll happen? going up to the continuation zone, which doesn't make me very warm and fuzzy. Now this thing, oh, you know what I didn't think about? Standing here watching this, this was a entry for this particular trade, except that it would be going counter to the daily bias. But you see where we are. Right there's 10 handles. Right? And I missed that completely. That's a real good thing to do. Oh, not good, Elmer. Now on the old-fashioned one of the zones, which I don't have pushing the Bookmap at the moment. I guess I could, but it's just about ready to throw a B signal up here, and then the next one down would be the trigger. I tend to like this one better, and I wasn't just asleep at the wheel. I mean, I got to get more used to it, I guess. The trigger actually would be invalid, because the way I have the code for it is to pull back between the 25 and the 50. So this went past the 50, but you know, with this kind of a retest up here, this would have been the long, I guess. I don't know if I'd have been a great boy. We should be in the B signal up here now. I'm not sure why. Yeah, just hasn't thrown the B. Now if it comes back for a trigger, there's the A. The B didn't give us anything, but there's the B. If it pulls back to the trigger, then that would be a long on this particular setup. Oh, and look here, there's the breakout finally. As I said, it's through the open below, close above. So there you go. Now, if this pulls back to the 25, that would signal along on this particular trade. By the rules, just, you know, as I read them and as I've coded them. And why I do that now here is I can run a back test over here and see over a specific period of time if there's a positive edge on that thing or not. I don't know what else to do, frankly. Well, there's the breakout, the retest, and what's going to happen? Is it going to pull back? Down? Is it going to go up? Is it going to flip? Is it going to fly? I don't know. I mean, that's inquiring minds want to know. I'm still having an issue, not an issue, I've still got that in the back of my mind. Why is there a negative bias? You know? And I know what that thing said, but... So this is very definitely a consolidation and a breakout and a retest and a breakout and a retest. Similar, well... kind of the consolidation continues. I don't know. I don't think I remember seeing any kind of a hedgeful trade around mean reversion. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Because all of these trades are breakouts, right? Breakout or breakdown, all the IB stuff. And interestingly enough, the initial balance low was supposed to be the one that would be taken first by the data, and it's hasn't been taken yet. I made some headway on that hedging idea. This is where I am at the moment. Entry, size, stop, add, hedge. And these, it automatically then propagates the list, plots the various amounts at the price and the average price, and next steps would be a risk. But it's this, after this point is pretty much, for example, let's pretend that we are looking at 7,400. So it automatically does this thing correctly, and then we're putting in a 5 lot, and let's put this at 16 ticks instead of 12, and it gives us the average price, puts the place at the place to put the 15 and the hedge, and to cross tie this, the hedge is the same as the location, so same amount of ticks. So that's, and based, you know, of course, based on the change it around, I gotta make it to go long or short, and different instruments, and the you put in the instrument and tick value. But it makes sense to me now. So I think it's a really great idea. And it gives defined everything down here based on the stop and the hedge and the sizes. So that's where that's at. Wow. I don't know what to do with this thing, to be honest with you. I'm just dying to throw a trade on this new account story, but I'm also not dying to let Monkey Boy have his way with it. And I'm not seeing anything happening anywhere else. Oh well, I lied. So the old-fashioned one took a trade and is currently drawdown. You know, it's in a trade long at this point and not getting anywhere. This is the old original, based on the hard-coded zones. Didn't plot the B signal, which gives me trouble always, but it's right there. There, and then there's the trigger, and boop. Yeah, thanks. As long as I've got confirmed that I have it all doing the right thing, which I think so, then I can size it for my size or whatever, you know. Account whether the Lucid thing or the live amp live or whichever. That's really a good idea. And of course, it has nothing to do with trade management, which is, as you pointed out yesterday, that's the key to the whole damn thing. So that's the piece I've got to think about. Not sure if I was muted or not, but yeah, thanks a lot. What I've got to do now is, now that it's working pretty much okay that way, I got to do the long short idea, and then I can use it to size in my world with the Lucid thing or amp. And of course, the risk management's the key piece, which, as you pointed out correctly yesterday. And the old standby here is having the same issues as it had as far as outcome. What's the bar up to? I can tell you, just standing here and looking at the market, if this comes down to the 25%, that will trigger the long based on the breakout. That's the trigger over here. I'm not taking that manually because I don't think that I think what we've done is we're in a mean reversion. Probably the double top was, you know, to use the old price action thing, shorten the double top was probably the answer right there. Long term today. Yeah, thanks a lot. I can see where that would be a very definite positive for the confidence and the expectancy. Now here's the trigger. There's the trigger fired as expected, and I'm not going along there. On Bookmap. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to figuring that out. So we've already violated the 25% idea with this bar right here. What is that? 30% or some probability that we would touch this? Let's see what that is. Yeah, so this is by the close, though, not by the wick. So you see, this is a perfect example of how that wick thing would have played in by looking, where am I? It was on third, by looking right here. You see, this is just a wick. That's not the candle. So if these were on the close, this wouldn't have been achieved. This wouldn't have been hit, you know, or wouldn't figure into the data because it's the same way as going, the same as the other thing. That's something to really pay attention to. I think the best is to go with the wicks because as it is now on the close, there's a 15% probability to get to 50. Let's see what happens if we change the wick. John Wick. Now it's down to 10. It says, well, that doesn't make any sense. We've already done that. %, we get to 25, and only 10% we get here. And we're not. Is this still on Thursday? Yeah. 5 minutes to do any size. So yeah, I'm not sure. Well, there was a 10% probability that we would do that right there, and we did it. Go figure. I don't know. One thing I do know, just, from discretionary common sense, standing in front of the screens a long time, I don't think there's an extremely high probability there's going to go back up, because this was a meaner version down and we're right in the middle, right on the POC, diddling in the middling. So, man, of course, the minute I say that, some bitch will turn around and rip to the top. This would be the classic entry as signaled over there, and that's why it's got the T going on. That's why the trigger's here. Breakout and trigger. That's because it's within the 50 to 25, so that's the signal to go long. But it seems to me like we topped out back here, and we got lower highs and lower lows. So, I don't know. And unfortunately, I default to, and it's taken the trade, as I mentioned, on the close of the candle. It took the trade at the low. So essentially then it put a trade on right there. But now we got this going on, which is right over there. And the stop is going to be down here in a minute at the 50%. By the way, it's coded. What one of the guys does, or said something about it, takes the 50% entry and stops at the other side. Wow. Okay. So that way, yeah, it's about 10 handles. And maybe my whole problem is risk tolerance is just not enough. That's why a lucid should be a big help. And that wick is within one tick of the stop. So there's our entry. Is that right? No. T1 is 4,100. T2. 10. And 93. And the stop is 92 even, which is right there, yeah. Just to confirm these things are calculating correctly. Entry, T1, T2, stop. T2 is just up here. And there you are, stopped out. Right there. Right there. Oh, what's this bucket's talking at 11, right? Meeting with Lula. Yeah, okay, well, I can't think of a better excuse to go rummage around the kitchen and see what I can stuff down my throat. Lula is on the cards, apparently. Iran is saying a whole bunch of stuff. They're expecting bullishness on overall energy prices for the next 6 to 12 months. That's a real euphemistic way of saying we're expecting prices to continue to rise over the next 6 to 12 months. That's got to be really good for inflation. Yeah, Lula is supposed to be talking with him at 11, and they're falling out of bed pretty hard now. Whatever that might mean. Coming back down to the IB low, though. No, they're going to finally get around to their negative bias, huh? Luis LaSalle Lula. But that's supposed to start at 11 Eastern, so it started at 12. Okay. 11 Eastern, I didn't see that part. Sorry. Get you all shook up there. Wow, look at him go. Well, there's the IB out the other side. That's a lot of fun. I'll use this little price action here in my nifty swifty edge calculator thing and see if I could have done that without stepping on my you know what. Oh. Well, now what are we doing? We must be doing something over here. What? Let's check. Well, this thing stopped out. Didn't take a signal here because remember I said the previous bar needs to be in the same direction, and it is not. The open is below the close, so this is not a signal. Did not signal an A. Okay, and what's going on here? What did this signal? Who knows? Who cares? Nothing. It hasn't broken out to the B yet. And the bar trade. Come on. Come on. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong window. Well, none of that. Breakout, retest, breakout, retest. Yeah, but it's going the wrong direction, right? Because context is up. This should be an A or a breakout once this bar closes. Let's get over here and see what we're doing over here. This is probably a situation where just, go long down here on an asymmetrical trade and suck the stop right up in your belly. I guess. We still haven't tagged the overnight low, though. The highest, a more likely probability, but, this doesn't look good to me. This looks like it's going lower to me. Just my guess. Let's see. Not good enough guess that I'm going to throw a trade on it, but ooh, didn't do it. Didn't signal the breakout because it's not closed below the line like here. That's why this didn't, and this didn't, and this didn't. Because they didn't open below and close above. And I could change that, absolutely, but I'm not sure that I want to. I want to make sure that the way I approach these things from the backtesting mode is, okay, it's got to open below, close above. Or in this case, open above, close below. Backtest on this data. Then make that change. Then backtest with the change and see which one is better. See which one has a higher expectancy in returns. That's the only way I know to do it systematically. And as you know, the IB one that I had was working great until it wasn't. And you don't change anything until you've exceeded a back-tested return parameter, and in my case, it exceeded the consecutive stops. Was I not aware of the change in the market condition and the clown car, the clown car effect? I don't know. Now we're still messing around over here, so it can close down there. There's no question about it. But this is kind of dispelling my myth of just go long down here and figure on the mean reversion. Now, on the other hand, if I get there is a breakout signal, and it's taken both of them at the same time, which is not good. If this pulls up to here, that's the 25%, and it would be a short. The problem over here is, as I've explained before, the backtesting works on bars, like TradingView's backtest. It doesn't know the sequence of events. It looks at high, open, high, low, close, and it doesn't know which happened first. So, and I can tell you what happened first. 25% happened before the IB low. So in reality, this is an invalid signal, but there's no way that I know of. What I've tried to do is go way down in seconds, to like 30 seconds per candle, to try to prevent that. It hasn't really worked very well. Not that this is not making money and, all wonderful, but it's an improper signal, an entry. I'm not sure I have that on mute or not, but I hear Tam rummaging around and Ying's not feeling well and laying down, so I'm gonna go rustle up some grub for Amarama, I think. Be back in a flash. Well, hello. So, yeah. Well, this thing has taken the first scale right here, and now it's running on it's going on the second runner, which means, and this one is not doing anything because it got stopped out over here and there's no signal, and the bar is closed. I have no idea how you'd interpret to take that short any differently than here. I mean, if this is the route that we've all been expecting, I'm going to be pretty disappointed that I'm not short. This is where you got to put Monkey Boy out in the backyard. Or where I do. FOMO, you know, starts. Look at him go. Starts coming into play. Yeah, I'm gonna step away from this before I get all FOMO'd up and decide there's some brilliant maneuver out to make here. I'll be back in a little bit. Yep. I didn't see your post, but yeah, you too, Anton.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, just looking in the rearview mirror, I see a likely suspect right here. Amazing how frequently I just step away and 2 or 3 minutes afterwards, an entry sets up. Look at there. There's a perfect bar. Son of a gun. Now, this is obviously hindsight, but there's the indicator. There's the break. There's the bar. Breakout, retest, boom. Again, more boom. More boom for the buck. This is the low. This is a 1 week market volume profile. And this would have been, what would this be? Doesn't look even remotely the same. I don't see this. I don't see these even similar, any remotely the same areas here on Bookmap as I do over here. How weird. Hmm. Hmm. So let's see where I would have picked the place to. Think about that. Hmm. if I'm not mistaken, this meeting is still going on now with Lula. How do I find that out? Let's see. Huh. Well, here's one for you. Mars to pass Iran war shipping costs on to customers. Maersk CEO Vincent Clerc says the company will pass rising shipping costs from the Iran conflict on to customers, warning expenses are increasing by about $500 million per month. They still have 66 ships stranded in the Gulf. Oh, this is just amazing. Unbelievable. That's really a great decision there, Donnie John. Maybe not. Oh boy, my eyes are killing me. Oof. Nothing on this thing with Lula. Oh wait, maybe ground news. Oh, this is 12:58. That's right now. Story with about the Straits of Hormuz. Okay. Yeah, how you doing? I was on mute, of course. So I need to figure out now. I was just playing with that sheet. I had a hedge thing there, and I now need to work out how I'm doing the entries because obviously I can't use anything to do with the bracket orders because that doesn't work. So I'll play, not play, but I'll work that out tonight on the replay where I can be sure about it. Obviously, the execution has to be correct, you know, and without error. The entries set the orders, and then the market, and then the trade management of how to get out is the piece. So there's a big bunch of crap going on with guess where. What a surprise. Oh, that's not it. There we go. And this noise is going on here. And I guess the conversation with Lula is over. They're not talking about it or anything, or I'm amazed that there's no sound bites or, you know, press afterwards or something, but apparently not. Walter Bloomberg had a couple of pretty interesting things to say. Let's see what that was. Again, Jesus, criminy Christ. Suspicious oil trades before Iran war headlines topped 7 billion, according to Reuters. Again. This was 44 minutes ago on Bloomberg. Wow. Wow. Yeah, well, it's a fine. It's a wicked web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Huh. You rascal wabbit. So what have we got going on now? A bar trade, a bar here or something? Definitely tested these lows. And this here. This was about as clean a one as I've seen that this thing has ever thrown. But it's not picking up any of the new ones, but that's pretty clean. What happened over here now? That took 64 ticks on this one. But as I said, this is not correct. This is an incorrect signal. I guess I'm going to have to try to bring these down to figure that out. A small time window. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to try to make sure I've got every one of these pieces in line so that I don't get flustered, you know. Make sure that the entries are all right where they're supposed to be. And then, of course, then the real important part is the trade management exits. Exactly. I got to figure this out. This is not good. Let's see something here. Let's try what a 1 minute does. Yeah, here's a perfect example. This bar, which is the one that's encapsulated right here in the 5 bar, there's no signal trade on a 1 minute because it did break out, but it didn't retrace to the 25%. So in reality, there's no trade there. And this one that had been a stop out, the something, what's going on here? The breakout trigger. Boy, it's a big deal on the time frames. Wow. Big deal. Watch this. So there's no trade over here, and this one is short, but there's two actually. This one was was a stop, and this one was incorrect. Yeah. Great. Far out. So pleased. One signal here on the real signals, and here's another. No triggers. Yeah, I was just mentally going through this price action right here, for example. Putting an entry here at, say, 73, split the difference right here, say 73.68 quarter, say, or 68 even, and then see what that would do for me. $73, so that puts us an entry and a 12 tick scale. Puts a stop at 65. That's impossible. That's way too tight in this market. That's 12 ticks. There's no way in the world that's going to work. Because that's whipsaw country. So that's, even if there's a hedge, very likely is that going to be snapped down. The hedge would be at 65, as would be the additional ad. This was me just playing around with smaller sizes. So that isn't going to work. 64s, that isn't much better. See there, 68 in the entry. 64 is already stopped and is triggered, so it's a hedge. But that looks like complete whipsaw. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you've added 5. So the 66 is the average price. I can show off my fancy line drawing stuff here now. There's the entry. Oops. Did I do that wrong? God damn it. I meant the other one. Just Hi, Panda. What's up? I know, meow, meow. 68. Okay, there's the entry. The scale in the hedge is 64s. Right there, just came through it. And average is 66. So this is just too close. Yeah, this is way too close for, I think it's too close to work. So right there would be the hedge. So this would be minis going down and micros going up. Let's see. Hi, Panda. What do you want, though, girl? You just come in here and sit and stare at me with big eyes. I can't say no. Hmm. So 66, I guess, is the get out of Dodge spot. So I'm not really still clear as to how you, when you take off the other leg in a situation like this. This is the hedge, that's the entry. The 66 is the average price. It's going in the direction of the hedge. But we're still in drawdown on the other one. So we're in a, it's not going anywhere even Steven, but at some point that's got to go away. When this looks like it's going to break out, I guess. Hmm. Where are we? 39. Okay. Cool, but I still, yeah, all right. And at what point then do you figure to take off the hedge? If it goes up or the other way around, take off the minis. That's the part I'm not really clear about what to do here. I'm just, hypothetically got an entry there and the hedge, the stop there, entry long, stop. So right now it's a hedge. This is the micro. This is the mini, of course, or other way around, micro and the mini. And I'm trying to figure out how I would manage this to turn out to something. Maybe just wait until it starts to get some momentum. I don't want to find out the hard way that I overlooked something, you know what I mean? Ooh, we got a new bar going on over here. This one's all done because the IBs are long gone. Same here. I guess the worst to worst, well, let me start over. Probably the default trade management decision is do nothing, because at that point, it's just risk neutral or delta neutral until something starts happening with momentum to take off the opposite side, I guess. You know, if I had this hedge on, which I have here theoretically, just leave it till the market closes, and it would cost nothing other than the 2 commissions or some slippage perhaps. I'm not sure that makes sense. I'm not sure that's true. I'll be real curious to do this tonight and replay to see, work out the order system and do this, you know, just pick one and go. Real excited to try that out. And we got another bar building down here. Actually, it's taken out and retested because it's gone across both ways. It's broken out one way and then come all the way across. So that's why it's considered to be closed, not naked. This one remains naked because it didn't get out the other side. She remains naked if she doesn't get out the other side. Yeah. Yeah. Start thinking about these orders here. So I'm going to have to get rid of the well, first thing I need to do is subscribe to the mini. And then I need to, which in case anybody watching this thing doesn't know how to do this, I guess I could do this now. Oh, look at this go. So now it's breaking hard in the direction of the hedge, but still hedge. So it's getting nowhere quick. This has got to be news again, obviously. So to subscribe, you just click that button and you go over here and you go ES, like that, for the shortcut route, and you go subscribe. Boom, there you are. Something that's real important to notice here, well, and I'm going to get all the data. So that was really stupid that I didn't do this. There we go. I didn't do that earlier this morning. If I want to practice this idea on replay, I obviously need the data. So Something that's real important to know about Bookmap, anytime you switch instruments, the trade control panel defaults to off. There you go. Let that load and then I'll be all up in arms there, be all Humpty Dumpty. And I'll show you another trick in case you're new to Bookmap. Wait for this to load a bunch of data and then I'll apply the same exact configuration here. This should be the old way, maybe. Yeah, see, this is the old way. It still has the dome on it. And different setup over here. So what I'm going to do now is, somewhere around here it says, configure, wait a minute. I'll let it load and then, oh, it's already through. Wow. Okay. Let's see here. Workspace, record, somewhere around here. Refresh. Wow, I wonder if they took that away or if I've just forgotten where it lives. I should be able to apply the workspace from the other instrument to this one, which would suddenly just immediately the dome, it'll be exactly laid out like the minis. But I don't know. I thought that was right here. But that's pretty weird. Let's just see here. Ah, here we go. Chart settings. Did you see it? Okay, we're on the minis, right? Chart settings. Inherent chart settings from. Drum roll, please. And there we go. Now it's exactly like the micro. And I'll let it cook now and update and do all that kind of magical stuff. And we'll get over here and I'll have to change the Cloud Note URL for the session prices and the volume nodes because it will have overwritten them. And that's why they're saying unavailable. That should be like this if I'm lucky. Wait a minute. Nope, don't want to do that. Notes, Cloud Notes. Okay. I want the one that doesn't say M. Save. There we go. See how cute that is? Same thing over here. Now it's picking up everybody and we're all excited. There we go. Okay, now. And then it's always a good idea to save the workspace. There we go. Boom. All right. So now I'll work out how I'm going to do this entry thing and hope for the best here. So this would still be just fine. hedging the mini, but it's just delta neutral because the micros are going short as well. So at some point, you've got to decide which way you're going to cancel, which leg you're going to kill, and hope that it continues on at least actually the micros are always a little bit behind because of the average price in on the micros. They're a little bit negative. These IB trades were really great today. I didn't do either one because I'm standing here doing all this other crazy crap to divert myself or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm all on one, so but what I need to do is the entries, it's going to be over here on these tabs, right? However, with this one, I can set it up for the limit, no problem, and the entry on the ES, the mini. And what I'm still trying to figure out is how the decision to cancel which leg happens and at what point. So that's what I've got to work out now, or I will this evening, I hope. And tomorrow's non-farm payroll too, by the way. So that's always exciting. I was listening to something, and one of the Edgeful guys was talking about the Thursday before non-farm payrolls. They don't trade. They don't trade because it is such terrible performance. Let's see if this report does something. Pre-NVP, okay. Look at this. Isn't this cute? Oops, I guess you can't look at this. I'll be right back. I need a drink. Yeah, right. So that's what I was thinking about. Essentially just buying time until the market shows its hand or gets to whatever trigger, because no different than picking a direction right here right now with one way. It's the same thing. You're going delta neutral until you have to pick a direction, which is the same as, I mean, essentially the same as watching the trade and okay, I'm going to go short here or long or whatever, because that's okay. I've got it. That's what I was thinking. And still suffer the possibility of a whipsaw or a stop on the mini, because and then the trick of then the idea then is where's the stop on the remaining leg. That's got to be tight, I guess. Oops, sorry. I was looking at this non-farm payroll thing and trying to see if I could work out what this guy was talking about. Ooh, customize the report. So, well, you can do everything here. So here's the non-farm payroll story. This is the NFP performance. This is pre-market, pre-NFP, NFP day and post. And at the moment, they've got these set for 3 days. So you go to customized, you can change the days to 1, which would be today. Save. And there you go. This is the probability. And now what in the hell does this measure? The day before and the day after. How the hell do you do the day after? Monday? You know? NFP's on a Friday, always. So now I got to figure out what these things are, what they're actually doing. Standard, customize. Well, we already did customize. There's no drop downs. Okay. What does this mean? Well, this is a job for, coming soon. Bummer. Average performance of what? What performance? Oh, check out our, what does it say? Our NFP performance intraday. Okay. I don't think I saw an NFP performance intraday, but let's look. I don't think so. Okay, so this is what they're talking about, I guess, but I'm not still, I still don't quite understand what the hell this means. Just the market, I guess their idea of performance is the market goes down and not up. Could it be that simple? Well, let's look at that. Let's get on to back to the business at hand here. Well, there's the no. Well, old Al Brooks is the fence trade would have been right too. Okay, now I'm back to trying to figure out how to do the how to apply this hedge thing and have it correctly, or how to think about it. And with a real tight stop on the short leg on the mini in this case. So we're in the power hour. Oh boy, look at us go. I'm going to be monitor tomorrow too, also to what the performance impact down here with this ingestion with two tabs open. Right smack dab to that previous ETH high, or to the ETH high, and then out the bottom. Right smack dab. I'm thinking I may need to put back the configuration with the dome. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. I wonder how the news is playing out here. Lots of stuff going on today. Oh, God. Well, so this is going to go on in perpetuity and extremely higher prices for shipping and energy. We're giving billions of dollars worth of weapons to the Middle East. Oh, consumer credit is off the map on the rise. That's a big no good, I don't believe. More than double, 2.5 times what it was previously, and 10,000, exactly 10 billion more than forecast. I don't think that sounds good. I don't think. U.S. official reports about preparation to resume Freedom Project. Jesus. To reopen the Straits of Hormuz are incorrect. Okay. Interestingly, interesting that this freedom thing, which is what the new name they're calling, I guess, American Navy escorting ships through the straits, I guess. Anyway, was suspended because Saudi Arabia and the Middle East refused to allow U.S. access to the airspace, to their airspace. Now they apparently changed their mind again. Oh no, here it is. Here it is again. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. They reversed their decision to block military access to their bases in airspace. And I'd like, it's important to remember this was not a thing 3 months ago. There was no problem in the Strait of Hormuz. There was Iran wasn't bombing anybody or blowing anybody up, shooting at anybody. According to President Trump in September, we had bombed and completely obliterated all their nuclear capabilities, so that couldn't have been it. Wow. It just seems so bizarre to me. And now he's waiting for EU to fulfill its side of the deal, and he's going on the 4th of July he's going to raise the tariffs again. I thought the Constitution said he couldn't do that. Maybe not. I mean, the Supreme Court. I can't keep up, frankly. It's hard for me to keep up with this stuff. Wow. Wow. So looking at this thing, it seems like the real key is this trigger that you mentioned, or what I would call, I think what I call the stop behind the remaining leg, because that's what would be preventing the whipsaw. I guess if you put the stop at the same place that you take off the lead leg, or the, whichever leg you take off, that'd be pretty dicey, though. This will be real interesting to see how this works. Very definitely. What is it doing 9-10 second lags for? What a day, huh? What a week. Whatever this is. What a crazy deal. I'm still trying to figure out how this thing works about this performance. I guess what this is saying here, if I'm correct, is that it's pulled back around 2% ahead of NFP. I guess. I'll have to figure out more about that report. Performance and trend. There's a lot of stuff going on in here, boy. There's no sub-reports except the standard one. Customized reports. So there's only 4 dates. There's only 4 NFPs going back 6 months, which is about right. There was the big government shutdown. Oh, okay, well, I obviously don't know what I'm doing there. It's pretty obvious. Oh, power hour breakout. Look at here. I'll be damn. There's more interesting stuff going around here than you can shake a stick at. Power hour breakout by weekday. Well, there you go. By Thursday. There's a 9% new high of day made when what? And a 22% new low of a day, new high of the day. Well, there you go. Yeah, so in other words, the power hour doesn't have much power. The breakdown has more probability. That's interesting. Boy, they got enough reports and stuff floating around in here I guess they're really on the job. I know he's continually asking for feedback and report suggestions and stuff like that. So let's see if he's got all the rest of us. Yeah, so here's his explainer how to use this thing. It's a video of Alec or whatever it is. And then there's that. Cool. There you go. Oh, great. Thanks a lot. I'll make a screen grab of that on the from the chat thing here, and then I'll plug those numbers in and have a look at it against time. That'd be a big help. I have to do things visually, like building that spreadsheet to figure out how to do all of that. That way I can visualize what's going on and understand the math behind what it is. And that's important for me because it's the way I think. So this is really cool. Thank you very much. Man, that's great. I mean, that's super. Yeah. That's a good day. And none of my business, obviously, but at any one point, what was the max risk exposure? And you do, as you mentioned yesterday, you lead with the micro, and then you do the ad and the mini at that on the other side for the hedge, right? I guess you can do what you want, but yeah, that's what I understood yesterday. What I have to keep up with is the risk. Obviously, I have to make sure that I keep the risk within parameters of this account or my account, because I don't have a big account. My live account isn't either. I put only a small amount of money in there, $5,000, and so I have to be real careful about that. Okay. All right. I'll make screen grab of all this stuff, and then I'll have to visualize through it with, with the chart actually, so I can get my head around it. If I'm understanding correctly, you mean that you were 17 points in profit on one leg or the other, obviously. Otherwise, why would you bother to hedge, right? Well, we're approaching the final curve here. Sorry, I've been talking to the mute. Yeah, okay, thanks a lot. I see what you're saying there now. What I was thinking about, what I understood was that it had gone 17 points in your favor after the hedge was on, and before you thought about and didn't take off the other leg until it reversed. But I see what you're saying now, because as I understood it, the stop is the trigger for the hedge. So yeah, I'm going to be real interested to do this. I'm going to have to do a lot of practicing here with order entry because I'm so used to just having those brackets, fill them and go, and I don't see any way that that's going to happen at all here with the hedge. So I'll have to figure all that, the mechanics of it all out. And we're in the power hour, rounded the curve, and this is where I usually do the daily recap. So there we are. This is Blue Boy. There's the entry. There's the open. And here we are. Basically, a little bit of some responsive selling to take profit, and then up we go to the high. I'm not sure if we quite ticked. We didn't. We did just one tick short of the overnight high, and down the rest of the day. Non-farm payroll is tomorrow. So I'm sure there was some positioning going on that I probably way over my head. This is IRT, which is my charting package. You can, first thing to maybe pay attention to here is that the header of each one of these charts has the chart name, which means meaningless to anybody else, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always see what you're looking at and understand what you're looking at here. And this is the micro. So this is the micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES, high time frame chart, or the micro composite, which we call the micro composite, whether it's for minis or micros. I realize that's confusing. And then the market profile chart, which is only the ES. I don't change it back and forth to the micros. And the way this chart works is from the high time frame down, what did we do today? Well, each one of these candles is a RTH session, one day. Wherever they overlap, I pull the volume profile around them, which draws this high, produces these high and low volume nodes represented by the red and green lines and the POC. And here you see what's happened. Off the bottom, gap, 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 gap. Yesterday and today, 7,400 all-time highs over and over again. As we teeter on the brink of war, unemployment is up. Thousands of people have lost their jobs and I guess going to be looking for unemployment. I don't know. It doesn't seem like an environment to me economically in this country where we should be having all-time highs on the S&Ps. I don't know. It just strikes me wrong. But this is where we are. So there you have it. And here's today. Now these high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap over here in this column, which you can't see now because there are none at this point, but we go like that, you can see a bunch of them, I suppose. There they are. And so do the session prices, which are right here. So let's look at the important stuff now. I've mentioned it 2 or 3 times. So here we got a whole bunch more stuff happening now. So this is impacting us again, of course. UAE fighter jets bombed the docks. What in the hell? So the UAE is busy launching their own war. I mean, wow. This thing is going to get away from this guy right here. You're so quick. It's like an old cartoon I saw in Western Horseman when I was a kid. This guy is all tangled up in his rope, and his horse is all tangled up and everything, and this antelope is just zooming all around the prairie, and the guy says, I always wanted to rope an antelope, and now all I want to do is get loose from one. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. You know, this thing is going in 1,000 different directions at once, it seems to me. And we've got, you know, Kushner and whatever the other guy's name, supposedly the diplomat. Neither one diplomats, I don't think. Maybe the other guy's a career diplomat. I don't know. Kushner certainly isn't. And they're supposedly negotiating with Iran. Yeah, I can see what you're talking about. Well, what I will have is, you know, something I don't think you can do in Bookmap, but I am gonna. I'm pretty sure you can't. I was gonna say split screens, right? Yeah, that would be handy. Anyway, well, this will be what I'll be practicing this evening. So here's the news, and what do we have to look at? Here's the important part. Here's tomorrow. This is investing.com, economic calendar, and here's the granddaddy of them all right there. And Michigan's out tomorrow, and the CFTCs. Michigan is always only listed as 2-star and always has market moving potential. Don't know why. Non-farm payroll is typically the granddaddy of them all, next to or equal with FOMC rates lately. So there we have it, and that's tomorrow at 7:30. That means that intraday margins will be increased to 25% of nominal maintenance at 1700 tonight when the market reopens for the ETH, and will continue as such until sometime after 7:30 when they'll roll them back. There are 4 events which happen that they do that automatically as per the CME. So I understand, at least AMP does. Now, that will not have anything to do with this Lucid account because they are obviously sim things. And there's not even a restriction to trade. If you're stupid to trade the FOMC, if you want to trade non-farm, you can. It's pretty amazing. You can hold through it, so they say. So that's not how I'm going to try to YOLO this thing, but so that you don't learn anything and it doesn't help you, I don't think. So, yeah, I mean, obviously Kirshner, you know, he's a rich kid that married a rich guy's daughter, and daddy gave him a bunch of money. He's Trump Jr. kind of, I guess. And at least he's not going broke. I mean, you know, I don't think I do think he's making money. I don't think he's, you know, Trump has filed bankruptcy, 7 or 8 times? I mean, I don't think Kushner's done that. But anyway, and the other guy, I don't even know his name, but I thought maybe he was from the State Department somehow. But yeah, it don't strike me as much. So here are the economic calendar. We are in earnings season, and it continues. Typically, Friday's lighter in earnings. And here is, this wasn't a big day, so I wasn't, you know, all hands on deck here. McDonald's, well, Trump was pretty excited about that one probably. And tomorrow will be probably extremely light. Toyota, okay. And the reason I don't scroll up or down with these things is I'll show you. This is just today. We're not done yet. Don't get bored. These are the earnings releases for today. We're not done. We're about 3/4 of the way down this sidebar over there. So you can see why I don't screen snap or do any of that. There you go. Unbelievable, isn't it? It is to me. Anyway, and this is, this is investing.com. They only do the traditional events. If you notice that the event title changes to a URL, so if you don't know what continuing jobless is, you can click that and go find out all about that, who puts it out, etc. And Financial Juice is a little bit different in that they have a calendar and they have a squawk box. But the reason I try to keep them on is well, here you go. They'll pull these kind of non-economic events into the calendar because everybody recognizes that these types of things now geopolitically have a very, very, very heightened potential risk for our markets. So I appreciate that a lot. And over here is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance at 1450. Yeah. So that's pretty much the, what can I tell you? If you're trading some sort of, make sure whatever account you're trading on, if you're going to try to play the overnight or anything in the ETH session or tomorrow, make sure that's permitted and you know where you're at there for rules, or it's your own account. Make damn sure you know what your broker's up to. And non-farm payroll, 7:30 in the morning. My advice is stand back and watch. At one point, I saw somebody with I'll show you over here. I saw a guy pass your prop account one day. Typically, it was around the non-farm payroll. And he would see where the pre-market was going, right? We're getting close. Within a minute or something like that. And he'd throw an order up here long and an order down there short with a target that would pass the prop challenge. This is where this was the behavior, why all of a sudden you saw all these prop people and all these other outfits start talking about a consistency rule. This was the reason. This is what prompted them to do that. And then when it would hit and start to move, get him into the trade, or any of these people would do the same thing, get into the trade, quickly close the other one, because two things are going to happen. You're going to hit the daily loss limit and blow out, or you're likely to get to your profit target. I actually, when I was teaching myself Python, I actually coded up a thing where I could look back at the maximum, that was before I had Edgeful, the maximum range of the last 10 or so non-farm payrolls, and then I could calculate how far it had to go to pass and all that crap, so I had levels that I could put in. It didn't amount to a hill of beans. Never worked for me. I think I tried it once or maybe twice to see if it would work. Never did. And it's essentially the same idea as a lot of people use with the opening range, where they'll just bracket the opening 1 minute candle or 5 minute candle or whatever it is with a long and a short. And whichever one gets pulled into the market, well, then they just cancel the other one and see where it goes. Yeah. There you are. So we will stand by for the market on close imbalance. We have the FOMC tomorrow. We've got the clown car. The circus is in full swing with, lion tamers and clowns and flying Walindas and all kinds of stuff. Who the hell knows? How did we ever get here, huh? Who'd have thought? Who would have thought? It'll be interesting to see what this non-farm or what these market on close and balance show us. What the hell is going on? Well, what? This thing's doing a lot of jumping around. I'm not sure what, why, or something. I think it's going the wrong way. I'm going to restart whatchamacallit? Refresh. There we go. Was in balance. And there was a little movement here. Not a hell of a lot, but a little. 206 stops out. And it's big. It's reverse of day before yesterday. 2,219,000,000 S&P to buy side. Buy side 1,595,000,000 on the NASDAQ, and then the Dow is 557 million, and the Mag 7 is 740 million, all buy side. So go figure. I don't understand how one day they're selling almost 3 billion contracts, and the next day they're buying 1 million, and the next day they're selling, I guess what it boils down to is the scope of this market is so much bigger than I realize. It's amazing. Think about it. This is these are not the total orders. This is the imbalance. So, of all the orders which are set market on close, 2.219 billion of them more buy side than sell side. Doesn't say the total amount. It says there's 2 billion more on the sell side than the buy side. Buy side than the sell side. That's just market on close. I find that amazing for a lot of reasons. Hold on. And here's one of them. If I can figure out how to get the damn thing to work. Come on, man. What's the matter with you? Well, I can't seem to go this way. Then I'll show you who's boss. Here's the reason I find that strange. So you're going to play hard to get now, IRT, or what the hell do you think you're doing? This computer's having an issue again or something or what? I don't know. Here's the reason I find that strange. We've only traded 1.47 million, not billion, contracts and 1.35 million micro contracts in this entire session. Now, that's the number of contracts, and on the market on close, those are dollars. So you'd have to multiply these by the tick amount, or the point amount, I guess, to come up with the dollar volume. But you see what I mean? Yep. Have a good one, man. Congratulations and thanks for the insight. All right, 2 minutes. The 2-minute warning. Do they still do that in football? When I was a kid in high school playing football, they did. You can tell I'm not a TV sports fanatic. Well, here's the VPOC migration. So, boy, oh boy, better get on that. Better get on that short real quick. Maybe not. So, a kind of a lackluster day, 45 to 10, 50, 65 points, I guess, overall range. So, yeah, we're in the final minute now. This is where I wrap it up at the top of the hour. And I will just remind that I stream from 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, every day, every trading day until 1500. The first 30 minutes is a pre-market, set up the software, analyze what happened overnight, figure out what I think is going to happen tomorrow, pull the statistics together for the current day, and, just generally get ready for the day, get ready for the session, and then trade them all day. So there we go. No, we don't go there yet. The phone says it's 3 o'clock, but the computer says it's not. One computer says it's 3 o'clock, and this one, they're 8 seconds off. Wow, 5 seconds off. So there you are, the cash close. Everybody is pretty happy about that. 7 hours on the stream, and I am going to duck out here. Have a great evening. I'm going to get out and rest my eyes, get some exercise, and get ready for tomorrow. TGIF. Have yourself a great time. Please smack a like and subscribe on your way out the door. If you could use these session prices, I'm happy to share them free. So just, let me know something in the chat, and I'll see you tomorrow.